Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is our adaptation of a beautiful novel by Edward A. Rand. The Knights of the White Shield, Chapter 1, The Birth of a Brotherhood. It was a warm summer afternoon in the quiet village of Dobbin's Hollow. The scent of wildflowers drifted in from the meadows, mingling with the warm scent of sun-dried hay in Aunt Stanchie's barn. Bees hummed lazily near the rafters, and a shaft of golden sunlight filtered through a crack in the old roof, lighting up a dusty corner of the hayloft like a spotlight on a stage. Three boys sprawled on a heap of hay, flushed from climbing and laughter. Each bore the subtle marks of a different upbringing, yet together they felt inseparable. Sid Waters, the unofficial ringleader, had the imagination of a poet and the determination of a soldier, with tousled brown hair and sharp eyes that always seemed to sparkle with new ideas. He had a way of pulling others into his world of make-believe that felt real enough to breathe. Beside him sat Charlie Macomber, the thinker. He was quieter, more methodical, and prone to frowning when pondering things deeply. He had recently taken to reading about King Arthur and the knights of old, and his head was filled with tales of valor and virtue. Then there was Juggy Jones, or Juggy the Jester, as Sid called him. He was small and wiry, his freckled face constantly splitting into mischievous grins. Juggy wasn't always serious, but when he was, his loyalty ran as deep as the roots of the old oak behind the barn. They had claimed the barn attic as their hideaway, a castle in the clouds, high above the noise and business of the grown-up world. Aunt Stanchie, the kind but eccentric widow who owned the barn, had given her amused permission with the caveat that they not go tumbling off the rafters like squirrels chasing their own tails. Today the boys were restless. They'd grown tired of marbles and baseball. There was a longing for something more, something noble. "I'm tired of just playing knights," Sid said, pushing himself up on his elbows. "What if we were knights?" Charlie blinked. "You mean like really form an order, a club?" "Not a club," Sid replied, voice tinged with drama. "A brotherhood, a sacred fellowship, like the Round Table, only with better snacks." Juggy perked up. "Will there be battles and dragons?" "Only the metaphorical kind," Charlie said, always eager to clarify. "But yes, we can do brave deeds, help people, tell the truth, protect the weak." They fell quiet for a moment, the idea hanging in the dusty air. Sid stood and stretched. I'll need a name." "The Knights of the White Shield," Charlie said, almost in a whisper, as though the words had chosen him rather than the other way around. Sid's eyes lit up. "Perfect. White for purity, for truth." "And shields mean protection," added Juggy, waving an imaginary sword. "We could paint one and hang it on the barn wall." An hour later, they were deep in preparation. They found an old piece of wood behind the shed, and with some whitewash Aunt Stanchie had used for her windowsills, they carefully painted a crude but proud shield onto it. In the center, Sid drew a single upright sword, its tip pointing toward the heavens. Charlie read aloud an oath he had scrawled on a scrap of paper. "I do solemnly swear to speak the truth, to be kind to the weak, brave in danger, and loyal to my fellow knights. I shall bear the white shield with honor." Each boy placed a hand on the wooden shield and repeated the words, one after the other, their voices growing stronger with each line. It was a moment of quiet gravity, no longer just a game, but a vow. They sat in a circle afterward, staring at the shield as if it held magic. "What do we do now?" asked Juggy. "Good deeds," said Sid.
We shall start small. Help Mr. Thomas chop wood.
"Return that book to Miss Pritchard. Maybe even help Toby get over his fear of water." Charlie nodded. "And if anyone tries to break the code of the White Shield, we set them right," Sid finished. The sun began to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows into the barn. Somewhere in the distance, a dinner bell rang, but none of the boys stirred. A gust of wind rustled the hay, and for a moment it felt as though some ancient spirit of knighthood had passed through the barn, acknowledging the birth of something special. That night, as each boy drifted to sleep in his own home, a new purpose stirred in their hearts. They were no longer just three boys looking for adventure. They were the Knights of the White Shield, and the world they felt was waiting for them. Chapter 2, The White Shield Oath. The next morning dawned clear and full of promise, the kind of day that seemed tailor-made for beginnings. A golden haze stretched across the village, and birdsong drifted lazily from the trees that bordered Aunt Stanshy's farm. Sid was the first to arrive at the barn, clutching a bundle under his arm like a sacred relic. Charlie came soon after, carefully balancing a small wooden box. Juggy, predictably, bounded in last, clutching what looked like a repurposed curtain rod wrapped in silver foil. "My sword," he announced, breathless. "Sir Juggin of the foil blade is ready for duty." Sid smiled and led them into the attic loft, where the freshly painted shield from yesterday now hung proudly on the back wall. It looked glorious in the morning light, whitewashed and simple, yet radiant with purpose. The sword emblem in its center gleamed faintly beneath the sunbeam. Charlie opened the wooden box. "I brought the book of deeds," he said. "Well, it sits actually my old arithmetic journal. But I tore out the numbers. We still fill it with valor," Sid declared, "not fractions." He opened his bundle, 3 wide sashes of white muslin, roughly cut but lovingly stitched. Each had a small loop for tying, and on each sash, Sid had painted a tiny white shield in the corner using the leftover whitewash. "Our knightly regalia," he said proudly, "to be worn whenever we are in council or on official duty." Juggy tied his on immediately, puffing out his chest. "I feel like I should be rescuing a damsel or slaying a dragon by now." "Start by not stepping on the ledger," Charlie muttered, pulling the journal out from under Juggy's foot. They sat in a triangle beneath the rafter beams, the sun casting long warm streaks of light across their faces. Sid stood up, the muslin sash fluttering at his side. "It's Sid's time," he said solemnly. "Let us take the oath." Charlie retrieved the handwritten scroll from his coat pocket, the same pledge they had recited the day before, but today it was more than a saying. Today it would be spoken as a vow. Sid went first, stepping up to the white shield hanging on the wall. He placed his hand firmly on it, eyes shining. "I, Sid Waters, do solemnly swear to speak the truth, to be kind to the weak, brave in danger, and loyal to my fellow knights. I shall bear the white shield with honor." Then Charlie rose, his voice quieter but resolute. "I, Charlie Macomber, do solemnly swear." And finally Juggy, who gave the oath with a seriousness that surprised even himself. He adjusted his sash before speaking, and for once didn't grin. When they had all sworn in, Sid drew a piece of charcoal and inscribed their names inside the journal beneath the heading, "Founding Knights of the White Shield." Siddy Waters, Charlie Macomber, Juggy Jones. Charlie then carefully recorded the oath beneath the names, and drew a sketch of the shield at the top of the page. The handwriting was uneven, the sketch rough, but it was sacred to them. "I think we should choose knightly names," Juggy said after a moment of thoughtful silence. "Like code names?" Sid asked, intrigued. "No," Juggy said, "like real knight names. I set'll be Sir Juggin the Quick." Charlie considered. "I suppose I could be Sir Charles the Thoughtful." "And I," Sid paused, placing a hand over his heart with theatrical flair, "shall be Sir Cedric of the Shield." They all agreed the names were just right. From there the boys began laying down the code of the shield, rules that would guide their actions. Charlie, being the writer and the rule lover, insisted on writing them out in full. "A knight shall always speak the truth. A knight shall aid those in need. A knight shall never mock or belittle others. A knight shall show courage, even when afraid. A knight shall not seek glory for himself, but act for the good of all. A knight shall protect the white shield and his fellow brothers at all costs." They read the code aloud together and added it to the ledger. By midday their council had lasted nearly 3 hours. It was, in Juggy Sip's words, the most important thing since the invention of fudge. As they left the barn and headed down the lane toward the village, their white sashes caught the sunlight. To anyone watching, they were just 3 boys heading off into the day, but to them, they had crossed a line. The world was now a battleground for justice and courage. Every chore, every encounter, every small act could be a test of their honor. Sid paused before the gate. "Remember," he said quietly, "the shield is always watching." Charlie nodded. Juggy raised his foil-wrapped curtain rod in salute. They touched their sashes and parted ways, their hearts buoyed with a quiet pride. The Knights of the White Shield had been sworn in. Their code was written. Their bond was sealed. Now the real test would begin. Chapter 3: The Grand March. The morning of the Grand March arrived with a sky so blue it seemed scrubbed clean. The air was crisp with the scent of cut grass and ripening apples, and the little town of Dobbin's Hollow bustled quietly with the rhythm of a late summer Saturday. But for 3 boys in white sashes, today was anything but ordinary. Inside Aunt Stanchie's barn, the attic loft had been transformed into a command post of nightly preparation. Sid Waters, Sir Cedric, paced back and forth, inspecting every detail of their planned parade, as he called it. "We march at precisely 10 o'clock," he declared, pointing to the dusty pocket watch Charlie had borrowed from his father. "We begin at the barn, proceed down Willow Lane, cross the footbridge, circle around the green, and finish at the elm by Mr. Potter Sepp's fence. That Sepp's the route." Charlie, Sir Charles the Thoughtful, stood by a crate-turned desk, carefully sketching the route into their ledger for posterity. "We'll need someone to carry the shield," he murmured, frowning at a point on the map. "I nominate myself," Juggy shouted, already holding the shield like a trophy. "Sir Juggin the Quick shall lead the charge." "More like bounce the charge," Charlie said dryly. "But fine, just don't strop it in the creek again." That was one time. They had spent the past few days preparing. Sid had made banners out of pillowcases, which they tied to sticks like standards of old. Juggy had repurposed his mother's pie tins into armor, wearing them across his chest and back like glimmering plates of protection. Charlie had written out their mission statement on a scroll tied with red ribbon, a declaration of their club's purpose and its vow to serve truth and goodness. Word had gotten around. The mysterious Knights of the White Shield had become the talk of the schoolyard. Younger children whispered about the secret order in the barn, while older boys scoffed, but not without a flicker of curiosity. Even a few adults had asked Sid what all the shield business was about. Today was the day the Knights made their purpose known. At 9:57, the boys lined up just outside the barn. Juggy held the shield, Sid carried the scroll, Charlie held the route map, and a bell borrowed from Aunt Stanchie's pantry to signal their arrival. "Ready?" Sid asked. "Knights forever," Charlie said. Juggy grinned. "For truth, for honor, and for pie." Sid blinked. That last part, Sid's not in the oath. It should be. And with that, Sid rang the bell, and the march began. They stepped forward in synchronized strides, proudly wearing their white sashes, banners held high. They kept in line as best they could, though Juggy's sideways hop step threw them off more than once. Still, they made a striking image, 3 boys with purpose gleaming in their eyes, and the homemade dignity of true-hearted heroes. As they passed Miss Halloway's garden, she looked up from pruning her roses and clapped her gloved hands with a laugh. "Well, aren't that you gentlemen quite the sight? Where are you marching off to?" Sid raised his voice with careful formality, "To uphold justice and truth throughout Dobbin's Hollow." "Start by helping me weed this rose bed," she called after them. Juggy nearly turned back. Further down Willow Lane, a cluster of children came running from behind a picket fence. "There they are," shouted Timmy Deeks, a 5-year-old with jam on his face. "It's Sepp's the White Knights." "We're Knights of the White Shield," Charlie corrected gently. "Can we join?" asked a girl with a lopsided braid. "Maybe," Sid said, puffing up. "But first you sit, we'll have to pass the oath." Juggy leaned in and whispered, "And the dragon test." "The sit's no dragon test," Charlie hissed. "There should be." The march continued. They crossed the narrow footbridge carefully, holding their banners high, and made their way around the town green, where Mrs. Templeton the baker waved from her shop window, flour still dusting her apron. At the elm tree, they paused. Ted climbed onto a low limb and unrolled the scroll. Children gathered in the grass. 2 dogs barked in the distance. Sid cleared his throat. "We are the Knights of the White Shield. We pledge to serve truth, protect the weak, and fight wrong wherever it hides. We are bound not by power, but by honor." A hush fell over the little crowd. The children clapped. Some even cheered. Juggy whispered to Sid, "That was the best speech ever. Even better than when Pastor Flint talked about courage." "It was the same speech," Sid whispered back. "Oh." Charlie took out the ledger and began listing the names of the day's SIP's witnesses. "It's SIP's important," he said. "History is being made." When the boys returned to the barn later that afternoon, their feet were tired, their armor dented, thanks to Juggy tripping over a milk crate, and their sashes slightly askew, but their spirits were higher than ever. They had made themselves known. They had walked through their town not as boys but as brothers united in a cause greater than themselves. They placed the shield back on the wall, carefully folded the banners, and sat in the hayloft, watching the golden light shift as the sun moved west. "I think this was the best day of my life," Juggy said quietly. "I think it's set just the beginning," said Sid. Charlie smiled, closed the ledger, and added, "One day someone else might find this book and know we started something good." Outside, the town settled into evening. Inside the barn, the white shield glowed softly, as if proud of the march its knights had made. Chapter Ver, Sunday School Challenge. Sunday morning dawned with the hush of reverence. The usual clatter of bikes and shouted greetings in Dobbin's Hollow was replaced by the quiet clip-clop of polished shoes, the rustle of clean dresses, and the occasional whistle from an impatient father urging his family along. The bell at the village chapel rang softly, 3 times, calling all toward the white steeple that gleamed against the clear sky. Inside the clapboard building, sunlight streamed through tall windows and pooled across the worn pine floors. Rows of pews were quickly filled, and in the small room just off the main hall, the Sunday school room, the children gathered, their voices bouncing off the plaster walls in a blend of laughter and whispered secrets. Sid, Charlie, and Juggy sat in the middle row, white sashes carefully folded and tucked into their coat pockets. Though they didn't wear them to church, each of them knew they were still knights beneath the pressed collars and starched vests. "Today," whispered Sid, "we act not just as boys, but as ambassadors of the shield." "We always do," Charlie said, straightening his hymn book. "I brought a folded shield in my shoe," Juggy said proudly, "in case of emergencies." "Please don't take that out during prayers," Charlie murmured. Miss Trudy, grey-haired, sharp-eyed, and far too wise to be fooled by even the cleverest boy, stepped up to the front of the room and rapped the desk with a small wooden pointer. "Today," she announced, "we begin with a story about truth." Sid perked up. That was one of their knightly virtues. Miss Trudy opened her worn Bible and began the story of Ananias and Sapphira, the tale of a husband and wife who lied about their offering and suffered dire consequences. The children listened, some wide-eyed, some bored, but Sid's heart beat a little faster. There was something about the starkness of the story, the weight of a lie, the irreversible nature of wrong, that felt suddenly very real. After the lesson, Miss Trudy posed a question to the class. "Suppose," she said, pacing slowly, "you made a mistake. You broke something, but no one saw, and your younger brother was blamed. What would you do?" There was a beat of silence, then one hand went up. "A sip tell the truth," said Betsy Hayes. "Even if it meant getting in trouble." Another pause, less confident nodding this time. Miss Trudy Sepp's eyes fell on the boys in the middle row. "Sid, what would you do?" All heads turned. Sid sat up straighter. For a moment he felt the weight of the white shield pressing against his chest, imaginary, but heavy all the same. "A sip tell the truth," he said. "Why?" "Because it sets right," he replied, "even if it sets hard." Miss Trudy nodded slowly, as if satisfied. But it wasn't just a story that tested them that day. Later, after Sunday school, the boys loitered near the garden gate behind the chapel. Juggy was showing Charlie and Sid a beetle he'd caught, when Timmy Deeks, small, often sticky, and always following older boys around, ran up in tears. "What sip's wrong?" Charlie asked, kneeling down. Timmy sniffled and held up his wooden slingshot, broken clean across the handle. "Poss made it for me," he whimpered. "It was in my coat at Sunday school, and now its sit's snapped." Charlie turned it over carefully. It was old, but the break was fresh. "Did someone sit on your coat?" Sid asked. Timmy nodded. "Ben Thatcher did. I told Miss Trudy and she said I shouldn't bring toys to church. But it wasn't my fault." Ben Thatcher. He was one of the older boys, big for 12, known for puffing out his chest and throwing snowballs at birds. Not exactly a knightly figure. Juggy Sipp's face darkened. "That gorilla, we should bring him before the council." "We don't have a council yet," Charlie reminded him. "We are the council," Juggy cried. "Let justice be done." But Sid was quiet. Something didn't sit right. That evening, after dinner, the 3 knights met in the barn. The sun was low, casting long shadows over the hay-strewn floor. The shield hung still and silent. "I don't think Ben broke it on purpose," Sid said. "He laughed when Timmy cried," Juggy countered. Charlie opened the ledger. "We Sip got a dilemma. We swore to protect the weak, but also to seek truth. We need to know what really happened." Sid tapped his chin. "We need an inquiry, like a trial." Juggy Sip's eyes lit up. "No," Sid said. "Something quieter. We ask, we observe, we find the truth." The next day at school, the boys watched Ben. They saw him open the cloak closet and glance nervously at the coats. They saw him tug the straps on his knapsack harder than necessary. At recess, they approached him. "What?" he said, narrowing his eyes. "We just wanted to ask," Sid began, "about yesterday." Ben crossed his arms. "I didn't mean to break it, all right." The boys looked at one another. "I sat down fast and didn't know it was in the coat. When Timmy cried, I felt bad, but I didn't want everyone to think I was clumsy or stupid." There was a pause. "That," said Charlie slowly, "was brave to admit." "Is it?" Ben muttered. Sid nodded. "It is. Truth always is." Ben looked away, then back. If I made him a new one, you think he stop crying?" "Only one way to find out." By Friday, Timmy had a new slingshot, slightly crooked, clearly carved by an unsteady hand, but his eyes lit up anyway. "Thank you," he shouted, clutching it. Ben just muttered something and walked away. That evening, in the barn, the boys gathered around the ledger. Charlie wrote, "Our first test came in the form of a broken toy and a boy's pride. We chose not to punish, but to understand. Truth, we found, is not always loud. Sometimes it is quiet and hard and kind." They touched the shield. Sid whispered, "One challenge down. Who knows how many more to come?" Juggy grinned. "Bring them on." The barn was quiet as dusk rolled in, but inside the hearts of the three boys, something had deepened. Their oath had not just been spoken. It had been tested and proven true. Chapter 5. The Panorama Performance. The idea began, as most great and ridiculous ideas did, with Juggy. They had just finished a quiet Tuesday meeting in the barn, where Charlie had delivered a report on local good deeds. Mrs. Penfield's cat was rescued from the maple tree, and Sid had proposed a mission to clean up the creek bank, with buckets, not swords. As the meeting adjourned, and the boys munched on shortbread cookies Aunt Stanchie had left on the stairs, Juggy stood abruptly and announced, "We should put on a play." Sid blinked. "A play?" "A performance," Juggy said grandly, standing atop a hay bale like a bard. "A theatrical spectacle, a drama of valor and villainy." Charlie raised an eyebrow. "What, like David and Goliath?" "No, something new, something bold, something epic." Juggy cleared his throat and proclaimed, "The tale of Sir Pamaram and the three-headed boar." There was a beat of silence. "Sir what?" Sid asked. "Sir Pamaram," Juggy repeated. "The bravest knight in a land of danger and deserts. He once fought an army of goblins made entirely of jelly beans." Charlie chuckled, despite himself. "You just made that up?" "Yes, and it's brilliant." Sid's eyes sparkled with interest. "Actually, this could be good. We could write our own play, perform it for the neighborhood kids. A kind of nightly parable. We Sid'll act out our values," Charlie said, now leaning forward. "Truth, courage, kindness, through heroic deeds. With props," Juggy added, "and costumes, and possibly, though not necessarily, pyrotechnics." "No pyrotechnics," Sid and Charlie said in unison. By Thursday, rehearsals had begun. Sid took charge of the script, writing with the furrowed brow of a seasoned playwright. Charlie managed stage directions and built props, wooden swords, painted shields, and a papier-mâché boarhead with 3 googly eyes made from old buttons. Juggy, naturally, played the title role of Sir Pamara, throwing himself into the part with wild abandon. Each line was delivered with such exaggerated gusto that it sent the boys into fits of laughter. At one point, during a scene where Pamaram faced the three-headed boar, Juggy leapt onto a barrel and declared, "I shall not fear your snorting heads, foul beast, for I am clad in righteousness and really firm boots." Aunt Stanchie, peering from the ladder, coughed into her hand to hide a laugh. "Just don't break your neck doing it," she muttered. By Saturday morning, They had a full performance scheduled in the barn loft. Hand-drawn flyers had been distributed with Juggy's official seal, a stamp shaped like a waffle iron. The show would begin at 4 p.m. sharp. Chairs were set in rows using hay bales and old crates. Sid constructed a curtain from an old bedsheet hung across a rope. Charlie prepared a program listing scenes like the quest for the crystal carrot and the oath of the muddy swamp. Juggy drank 3 glasses of lemonade to prepare his voice. By curtain time, a crowd of neighborhood children had gathered, along with a few amused parents. Miss Halloway sat near the front, fanning herself with a handkerchief. Timmy Deeks clutched a peanut butter sandwich in one hand and anticipation in the other. Charlie peeked through the curtain. "We Sips got over 20 people out there." Juggy was hopping in place. "This is wonderful." Sid took a breath, adjusted his sash, and stepped out. He raised his hand. "Good people of Dobbin's Hollow," he said, projecting as best he could. "Welcome to the tale of Sir Panorama, a knight of nonsense and nobility." Applause. Cheers. Jiggy somersaulted onto the stage and bonked his head on a low beam, causing spontaneous laughter. He bowed with flair. The play began. The audience roared at every joke, gasped during every duel, and applauded wildly as Pamaram outwitted the 3-headed boar with a cleverly placed pie trap. "Dessert shall be your downfall," he cried. Charlie played the villain, a bumbling warlock with a broom for a staff, and Sid narrated from the side with great solemnity. For a brief, glorious hour, the loft transformed into a kingdom of fantasy. When the curtain fell, literally, it slipped off the rope. The barn rang with claps, giggles, and stomping feet. Juggy bowed deeply. Thank you, I accept payment in cookies." After the crowd dispersed and the chairs were pushed back, the 3 boys sat in the hay, flushed with sweat and pride. "We did it," Sid said. "We actually did it," Charlie murmured. Juggy leaned back, arms spread wide, and the boar costume only caught fire a little. Sid chuckled. "We made people laugh. We brought joy, and we told a story that said something real." Charlie took out the ledger and began to write. "Today we performed our first public deed. It was not a rescue, nor a mission of danger, but it brought happiness and laughter. Sometimes a knight fights sorrow with sword and shield, other times with a smile and a well-placed pie. They touched the shield together, each feeling in their own way that this small play had made a bigger difference than any of them expected." The barn fell into soft silence. Outside, the crickets began to sing. Inside, the knights rested in the comfort of shared purpose. For Sir Cedric, Sir Charles, and Sir Juggin the Quick, it had not just been a performance. It had been a triumph of joy, and joy, too, was a kind of courage. Chapter 6. Independence Day Preparations. July rolled into Dobbin's Hollow like a brass band, loud, bright, and full of promise. Firecrackers echoed in the distance every evening, flags appeared in windows like sprouting flowers, and the scent of grilled corn and maple glaze drifted from kitchen porches. But in the hay-scented headquarters of the Knights of the White Shield, the mood was less of a celebration and more of a council of war. Sid, Charlie, and Juggy sat cross-legged around a large sheet of brown wrapping paper in the barn loft. On it, drawn in bright crayon and labeled in bold letters, was their blueprint, the knightly float of justice. "This," Sid said, pointing dramatically to a crooked sketch of a wagon, "will be the centerpiece of our march in the Independence Day parade, a symbol of honor, a beacon of bravery, a moving tribute to truth and tinsel," Juggy added helpfully. Charlie frowned over his measurements. "We still need at least 4 yards of blue cloth, 2 broom handles, and about 20 feet of rope to pull it. We can use my Uncle Walt Sip's gardening cart," Sid offered. "Eat us sturdy, and it only smells like onions on one side." Juggy clapped his hands. "And we can build a castle on it, with cardboard towers and, hear me out, a cannon that fires marshmallows." "No cannons," Charlie said, not looking up, "and absolutely no pyrotechnics. We start not trying to torch Main Street, but just a small puff of smoke." No. The plan was to join the town's annual 4th of July parade, not as mere spectators, but as official marchers, white sashes gleaming, banners waving, pulling a float that would carry a hand-painted shield and a motto of their own creation. "To Knights of the White Shield, liberty, honor, truth." Aunt Stanchie, upon hearing the plan, donated 3 yards of old blue velvet, used to be my parlor curtains, and allowed them full access to her collection of hatboxes and tin cans, which Juggy immediately turned into castle battlements. For 2 full days, the barnyard became a flurry of hammering, gluing, painting, and planning. Sid coordinated logistics with the zeal of a general. Charlie measured and remeasured every wheel and frame. Juggy got paint on everything, including somehow the inside of his ear. On the eve of the 4th, they stood back to admire their creation. The cart had been transformed into a mobile fortress. Cardboard towers rose at each corner, capped with tinfoil domes. Between them a shield, painted bright white, stood proud, flanked by 2 paper flags. Their motto ran in red paint across the velvet banner, uneven but bold. "This," Charlie said, with unexpected emotion, "looks really good." "Better than good," said Juggy. "It looks important." Sid was silent for a moment, staring at the shield. "You know," he said softly, "this isn't set just about us. It's sets about what we believe in, doing right, being brave, and reminding people that even kids can stand for something." Charlie nodded. "I can wait for everyone to see it," Juggy added. "Do you think the mayor will cry?" "No," said Charlie, "but Miss Halloway might." The next morning was a whirlwind. They rose with the sun, dressed in crisp shirts, freshly tied sashes, and polished shoes that still squeaked from yesterday's hurried scrubbing. Sid's mother helped them pin miniature flags to their sleeves. Charlie's father offered a solemn handshake and muttered, "Make the family proud." Juggy's older brother simply smirked and said, "Try not to blow anything up." By 10 o'clock, Main Street was lined with families waving fans and sipping lemonade. Marching bands tuned up in bursts of brass. Decorated wagons creaked into place behind clattering ponies and vintage trucks. Then came the knights. 3 boys, dignified and determined, pulling a makeshift float down the lane. Heads turned, people applauded, children pointed and whispered. One old man in a straw hat stood and saluted. Charlie pulled the cart with care. Sid held the banner high. Juggy walked beside them, giving an occasional bow and throwing tiny flags to younger kids. When they passed the judges' table, Sid spoke clearly, with all the poise he could summon. "We march today not just for country, but for character, for honor, for the white shield." The judges smiled. One woman wiped her eye. A boy in the crowd shouted, "Look, it sips the shield, boys." The float didn't win first prize, but went to a float shaped like a bald eagle with working wings. But it earned most inspiring entry, and more importantly, it made people think. Later, in the barn, the boys collapsed into a pile of velvet scraps and popcorn. "We should do that every year," Juggy said between mouthfuls. Charlie was writing in the ledger again. "On the 4th of July, we marched for something bigger than ourselves. We stood for liberty, yes, but also for kindness and truth and courage. Some fights don't require swords, just steady hands and a shield raised high." Sid added a final line beneath it. "Today we remembered what makes a knight, freedom not just from, but for something, for good." Outside, fireworks began crackling in the sky over Dobbin's Hollow. Inside the barn, the Knights of the White Shield rested in peace, their float gently creaking in the evening breeze, still bearing the motto they now carried not just in paint, but in their hearts. Chapter 7. A Sick Patriot. The morning after the 4th of July parade was quieter than expected. Usually, the town buzzed with leftover laughter and stories of runaway sparklers, pie-eating victories, and Grandpa Walters falling asleep during the final fireworks. But that morning, in the dusty barn attic, only 2 knights sat beneath the rafters. Sid paced beside the white shield, his hands twitching at his sides. Charlie sat with the ledger open but untouched, staring out the window as if expecting their missing member to appear over the rise. Juggy, Sir Juggin the Quick, was not there. He didn't even show up at the post-parade lemonade stand, Sid said, stopping mid-stride. "That sip's not just strange, it sips unheard of." "His mother said he sips in bed with a fever," Charlie replied. "She said he could hardly sit up yesterday morning." "But he still watched us go," Sid murmured, remembering how Juggy had leaned out his window, pale and waving weakly as they pulled the float past his house. "Seta giver, Anna, Sush," Charlie recalled. "That Seta's what he shouted." Then he coughed for half a minute. They fell silent again. The loft felt emptier than usual, like one of the beams had gone missing. "Should we disband until he's better?" Sid asked. No, Charlie said firmly. He wouldn't want that. Sid nodded. You sut right, but we need to do something. Knights done a sit just sit on their hands when one of their own is down. Charlie slowly closed the ledger and stood, then its sit settled. The Order of the Shield would ride again on a mission of healing. They began by crafting a care package, not just any basket of soup and tissues, but a nightly recovery chest. Into a sturdy shoebox, they placed a scroll bearing a decree of courage. Let it be known that Sir Juggin the Quick has faced dragons and mud trolls and mayhem, and now faces his most fearsome foe, a summer fever, with valor unmatched. A comic Charlie had drawn of Juggy slaying a germ monster with a giant spoon labeled broth, a packet of lemon drops wrapped in wax paper, a miniature shield cut from a sardine tin, a knight's medal of fortitude fashioned from a button and a string of red thread, a single white feather from one of Aunt Stanchie Sip's hens labeled wings of recovery. By the time they finished, the shoebox could hardly close. Let's Sets deliver it in full uniform, Sid said. Even the sashes, Charlie asked. Especially the sashes. They marched down the dusty road that afternoon, heads high, sun on their backs. Villagers smiled and waved, assuming the boys were up to more parade nonsense. But they walked with purpose, passing the bakery, crossing the stone bridge, and climbing the slope to Juggy's whitewashed cottage. Juggy's mother opened the door, her hair tied back and flour dust on her sleeve. Her face softened when she saw them. He seps awake, she said, weak as a kitten, but awake. You can see him, but no shouting or swordplay. They crept into the small upstairs bedroom, where the curtains had been drawn, and a gentle breeze stirred the edges of a thin quilt. Juggy lay pale and drowsy in bed, a damp cloth on his forehead, and his usual grin dulled to a small smile. Look what the dragons dragged in, he rasped. Sir Juggin, Sid said, bowing deeply. We come bearing gifts from the Order. Charlie held up the shoebox. Knight's certified healing tools. Juggy opened it with trembling hands, his eyes shining as he pulled out each item. The germ comic. This is art, Charlie, and the feather. I always wanted to fly. You will, Sid said softly. Just not today. They sat with him for half an hour, telling him about the rest of the parade, how the shield had caught the sunlight just right, how Timmy Deeks had started calling himself Squire Tim and wanted to join the club. Does Sim missing everything? Juggy whispered. No, Charlie said, placing a hand gently on his. This is part of the adventure too. You start just fighting a different kind of battle. That night, in the barn, Charlie wrote in the ledger. Today we faced a quiet test, the kind that doesn't come with monsters or crowds, but with stillness and patience. Sir Juggin fights now not with sword or shield, but with rest and courage, and we, his brothers, stand beside him in spirit. Sid added, a true knight never leaves another behind, not in battle, not in sickness. We do not ride forward without our full fellowship. Until Sir Juggin returns, we carry his banner in our hearts. For the rest of the week, they continued their quiet vigil. Each day they brought something new, a drawing, a new joke, a small scroll of club news. And each time they came, Juggy seemed a little stronger. Until finally, on a warm morning 1 week later, Sid and Charlie climbed into the barn loft to find a familiar voice already there, singing an off-key version of a patriotic anthem. Oh, say can you see that I sever back on my feet? Juggy stood tall, thinner than before, a little pale, but grinning ear to ear. The night returns, Sid said with a grin. Charlie clapped once, and not a moment too soon. They placed a new line in the ledger that day. Sir Juggin, having faced the sickness that claimed his strength, returned to us with the same light in his heart. The Order endures. Together, always. And beneath it, Juggy scrawled his own addition. I still want marshmallow cannons. They didn't argue. Chapter 8, The Locked Door Mystery. The barn had always been their sanctuary, a place of hay-scented dreams and noble schemes. But there was one part of it even the Knights of the White Shield had never dared to enter. The locked door at the far end of the attic. It stood beneath a low beam, a narrow oak door with rusted iron hinges and a heavy padlock that had not turned in living memory. It was half covered by an old horse blanket and stacked behind a pile of crates. Aunt Stanchie had once called it just the old tack room, but that only made it more mysterious. I asked her again yesterday. Juggy said, standing with his hands on his hips and gazing at the door like a dragon sep's lair. She said, "Seared, nothing but moths and mildew behind that door, dear. It sips, better left alone." Sid, which is basically a written invitation to investigate, Sid replied, adjusting his sash. Charlie, less easily convinced, frowned. She also said that lock hasn't been opened since before the war. It could be dangerous. "We set nights," said Sid. "Our duty is to seek truth wherever it hides. And we set already behind on our summer adventures," Juggy added. "This could be the great quest of July." Charlie sighed, but gave in. "Fine, but if we uncover rats the size of donkeys, I set them retreating." That afternoon, Operation Doorbreak commenced. They examined the lock, old iron, covered in dust and rust, no keyhole on the outside, only a round notch that suggested the key had long been lost. Sid produced a wire coat hanger, a bent spoon, and a determined gleam in his eye. "Don't tell me you think you can pick the lock," Charlie said skeptically. "Not think, no, I read about it in the Penny Adventurer Sit's handbook." 15 minutes later, the coat hanger was bent beyond recognition. The spoon was stuck in the latch, and Juggy had gotten a splinter from trying to jimmy the hinges with valor. Charlie eventually suggested what should have been obvious. "We ask Aunt Stanchi for the key." "You think she has the key?" Sid asked. "She sits the only person alive who might," after a solemn vote, 2-1, with Juggy abstaining for dramatic effect, they approached Aunt Stanchi, who was peeling apples in the kitchen and humming a hymn. "Do you happen to still have the key to the old door in the barn attic?" Sid asked carefully. Aunt Stanchi looked up, apple in one hand, paring knife in the other. "That door," she said, brows lifting. "Oh, mercy. I haven't set open that since my brother Samuel left for sea. Let's see if I still have the key." She disappeared into the pantry, returning 5 minutes later with an old tobacco tin. Inside was a tiny iron key tied with a blue ribbon. "Be careful," she said as she handed it to them. "The pass can be dusty and a little heavy." Back in the loft, the boys gathered around the door with ceremony. Sid inserted the key slowly, with a groan and a snap. The padlock released. The door creaked open. It was dark inside. Sid raised a lantern. Dust motes swirled in the narrow beam of light like tiny spirits. The room smelled of cedar and age, of forgotten summers and leather-bound secrets. It wasn't large, just an old storage room, but its contents were enough to hush all three boys into silence. Inside were 2 old saddles and a bridle, dry and cracked with time. A small chest filled with yellowing letters bound with string. A moth-eaten coat with a naval insignia stitched to the collar. A model ship, delicate and dust-covered, perched on a wooden shelf. And in one corner, a wooden crate marked in fading paint, Sas Stanchi, Portsmouth Dock, 1892. Charlie knelt by the crate. Samuel Stanchi. This was her brother Six's room. They opened the chest. Inside were maps, a faded journal, and several sketches of seascapes and distant shores. Sid opened the journal. The writing was neat, ink faded by time. "To sail is to leave comfort behind, and find courage in each wave. I go not to escape, but to understand the world and myself." Juggy exhaled slowly. He was kind of a knight. Charlie nodded. Just one without armor. For the next hour, they sat in silence, reading his notes, passing around artifacts, listening to the echo of a life once full of motion and hope. The room was less a mystery now than a memorial. They realized something important then. Their order wasn't just about being brave in the present. It was about honoring those who had been brave before them. That night, they wrote a new entry in the ledger. "We uncovered a hidden piece of the past today. Behind a locked door, we found not ghosts, but the echo of a man who lived with courage and curiosity. We claim this room as our hall of memory. Let it remind us that every knight stands on the shoulders of others." Sid added, "Sir Samuel of the Sea, a knight of his own kind, we salute him." They cleaned the room over the following days, dusting the journal, polishing the ship model, hanging the coat neatly by the door. They built a small plaque and nailed it above the threshold. "The Hall of Memory, in honor of the brave who came before." And so the locked door mystery was solved, but it didn't sit close. Instead, it opened something much more enduring. a link between their childhood dreams and the real stories of courage that shaped the world around them. Chapter 9: The Cupola Adventure. For weeks, the barn had been their kingdom, the hayloft their castle, the shield their sigil, the locked room their shrine to a hidden past. But as midsummer settled over Dobbin's Hollow, a new ambition stirred among the Knights of the White Shield, an ambition that pointed upward. It started with a glance, nothing more. One afternoon, as they sat in the barn loft passing a bottle of root beer between them, Sid looked up toward the rafters and narrowed his eyes. "You know," he said slowly, "we've never been to the cupola." Charlie followed his gaze. "You mean that tiny tower thing at the top of the roof?" "Exactly." Juggy tilted his head. "Isn't set that just for birds and weather vanes?" "No," Sid said with a grin. "It sips a lookout, a watchtower, a place for knights to keep watch over their realm." Charlie was more cautious. "You want to climb into the highest part of the barn?" Sid nodded. "I want to see it. Maybe even write about it in the ledger. It's Sid's part of our territory, where Stev claimed every floor except the sky." Juggy sips, eyes lit up. "Adventure above the hay. I like it." And so the plan was born. The next morning, armed with rope, flashlights, and peanut butter crackers, the knights began their ascent. The ladder to the upper beams had always been off limits, an old creaky thing tucked behind the oat bin. Aunt Stanchi had warned them about it when they were younger. "That old ladder's about as trustworthy as a rain cloud in a parade," she'd said. But time and careful planning had given the knights confidence. Sid had tested the first rungs earlier in the week. Charlie brought a coil of sturdy twine in case the old rope pulley up top had rotted. Juggy brought a toy bugle for signaling emergencies or lunch. They moved slowly, cautiously. Step by step, rung by rung, they climbed above the hayloft, past the beams where swallows nested, through a narrow trapdoor barely wide enough for a boy to squeeze through. Above them, sunlight streamed down through slatted vents, and the air smelled of warm wood and dust baked by the sun. When they finally reached the cupola floor, a small wooden platform beneath the pointed tower roof, they paused, blinking in wonder. They could see everything. The entire town of Dobbin's Hollow stretched out before them like a model village. Roofs glinted in the sun, laundry lines fluttered, and in the distance the river curved like a ribbon of silver. Juggy pressed his face to the slats. "Is this what birds feel like?" "More like kings," Sid whispered, "or watchmen on a wall." Charlie pulled out the ledger, somehow tucked into his back pocket. "We need to record this moment." Sid nodded and spoke aloud as Charlie wrote. "Today the knights climbed into the sky and found perspective. From here our problems seem smaller and our hopes seem taller. We remember that every high place begins with a step and every step matters." They sat there for a long time. No one spoke. The wind rustled through the slats. A breeze cooled their sun-warmed faces. Somewhere below, Aunt Stanchi's rooster crowed as if announcing their triumph to the world. Then Juggy broke the silence. "We should install a telescope up here." Charlie shook his head. "We can barely fit ourselves." "But just imagine," Juggy said dreamily, "the things we could see, other kingdoms, pirate ships on the horizon, sky whales." "There are no sky whales," Sid said. "Yet." They didn't climb down for another hour. When they finally did, muscles aching and hands covered in dust, the barn felt different. Not smaller, no, never that, but more complete. They had touched the highest point. They had watched over their world like guardians, and in doing so, they had found something unexpected. Perspective. Not just the physical kind, though that was thrilling, but the kind that makes your heart swell when you realize you're part of something big, yet still responsible for something small. That night, as they sat on the porch steps sipping lemonade, Sid said, "That was more than just climbing a tower." Charlie nodded. It was like standing on the edge of childhood. Juggy, ever sincere beneath the jokes, said, "I think we saw who we want to be." They didn't need to explain what they meant. The next day they built a small wooden sign and nailed it beneath the trapdoor that led to the cupola. "Skywatch, for vision, courage and clarity." And below that, in Juggy Sip's handwriting, "Also birds, lots of birds." Chapter 10. Aunt Stanchi Sip's new border. It started with the sound of a trunk. A deep scraping thump that echoed through Aunt Stanchi's kitchen one Tuesday morning. Sid had been coming down the stairs, still brushing crumbs from his shirt after breakfast in the barn, when he saw her at the front door, holding back the screen with her elbow. "Well now," she said to the tall man on the porch, "you cert early, but I suppose the attic one sit mind." The man gave a soft laugh, low and even, the kind that made you listen closely. He was youngish, maybe 30, with a travel-worn duffel over one shoulder and a book tucked under his arm. His coat had frayed cuffs, and his boots were muddy, but his posture was tidy and his eyes were sharp. "Apologies for the intrusion, Messet," he said. "The train got in ahead of schedule." Sid paused on the stair, halfway between childhood curiosity and nightly concern. "Sid," Aunt Stanchi called, "come meet Mr. Jonathan Blake. He sips our new boarder for the summer." Later that day, the Knights held an emergency meeting in the barn. "A boarder," Charlie repeated, eyes narrowing. "In the attic," Juggy said. "Our attic." Sid shrugged. "She said the front attic, not the barn, but still, he sits there, drinking lemonade on the porch right now, like he sits always been part of the furniture." "Do we trust him?" Charlie asked. "He has books," Juggy said with concern. "A whole stack of them. Could be a wizard. Could be a teacher," Sid said. "Same thing," Juggy muttered. Over the next few days, Mr. Blake became an odd fixture in their summer rhythm. He was polite, quiet, and helpful. He carried groceries without being asked, repaired the squeaky porch step with a handful of nails and a patient smile, and complimented Aunt Stanchi's jam cake like he meant every word. But what made him truly strange, in the eyes of the Knights, was his stillness. He could sit on the porch for hours, reading, writing, or simply watching the clouds. Occasionally he would hum low, tuneless, content. Once, Sid spotted him helping Mrs. Braggs pick up fallen apples in the churchyard. Another time, he saw him hand $1 to a boy whose sit dropped his ice cream and say, "Try again. Life set's full of second chances." He wasn't hiding anything. And that somehow made him more mysterious. Then came the encounter. It was a late afternoon, sun sinking low, and the barn's shadow stretching across the field. The boys were in the loft when Mr. Blake entered the barn below. They froze. He was whistling a tune, a slow, melancholy one that seemed to hang in the air like dust. Sid signaled for silence as they leaned over the edge of the loft and peeked down. Mr. Blake walked to the center of the barn, took out a small leather notebook from his jacket, and began to write. Charlie held his breath. Then Juggy dropped a spool of twine by accident. It bounced off a beam and landed with a thunk behind Mr. Blake. The man turned, looked up, and smiled. "I thought this place might be occupied," he said casually. "Secret societies tend to leave evidence." He tapped his notebook. Sid stood up slowly. "You knew we were up here." Mr. Blake nodded, heard the marching last week, saw the float, and someone, he looked at Juggy, dropped a drawing of a shield near the mailbox. "I was scouting," Juggy said defensively. "A real reconnaissance." To their surprise, Mr. Blake didn't scold or laugh. He just tucked the notebook into his coat and said, "I was a knight once too, you know." Silence. "You were?" Charlie asked skeptically. Mr. Blake smiled. "Not officially, but when I was your age, I had a secret club. We met under my grandfather Sip's porch. We called ourselves the Shuffle-Lantern League. Sips, same values, same dreams, just fewer shields." "What happened to it?" Sid asked. "We grew up, got taller, got jobs, but part of it stayed with me." He looked at the old white shield on the barn wall. "You, Set, you've got something good here, something worth protecting." After he left, the barn was quiet for a long moment. Sid broke the silence. "He sits not just a boarder," Charlie nodded. "He sips a former knight." Juggy whispered reverently, "A veteran." The next morning, Mr. Blake found a letter tucked under his lemonade glass. "Sir Jonathan of the Porch, you are hereby invited to speak before the Council of the White Shield in recognition of your past service to the values of truth, courage, and kindness. Please arrive promptly at 3 bells or whenever you're not busy. Sincerely, Sir Cedric of the Shield, Sir Charles the Thoughtful, Sir Juggin the Quick." At 3:05 he entered the barn and stood before the boys, who had arranged 3 chairs and a crate as a podium. "We have questions," Charlie said, holding a pencil like a quill. I expected as much, Mr. Blake replied. They asked about his club, his adventures, whether he'd ever rescued anyone. He told them stories, some real, some embellished, but all spoken with honesty and quiet fondness. And at the end, Sid stood and said, "We sit be honored, if you sit be our club sip's first honorary knight." Mr. Blake bowed. "It would be my greatest honor." That night, they wrote in the ledger, "Today we welcomed Sir Jonathan of the Porch, Knight Emeritus, bearer of stories, and friend of the Shield. He reminded us that even when childhood passes, chivalry can remain. The values we guard are not just for now, but for always." And below that, in new handwriting, a note had been added. "To the order, keep your shield high. The world needs more of what you're doing." Jonathan Blake. Chapter 11. The Club in Crisis. The crisis didn't come all at once like a thunderclap. It came in small, quiet cracks. It began on a Saturday morning when Sid announced a new mission, a neighborhood litter cleanup, complete with official night duty badges fashioned from soda can tabs and masking tape. "We shall patrol the streets," he declared. "Clear every gum wrapper, bottle cap, and rogue newspaper. The town will see us in action. Public service." Charlie was immediately hesitant. "Shouldn't we check with Mr. Carver first? Is Stitz technically his property near the mill road?" Sid brushed it off. "We don't need permission to do good." Charlie frowned. "But we do need to follow rules. That's part of the Shield Code." "It sits just trash, Charles." That was the first crack. The second came when Juggy was late for the cleanup, very late, and showed up without a sash, eating a caramel apple and holding a fishing rod. "I had a thing," he said, unbothered. "Also, I saw a turtle on the way. I named him Sir Sheldon. You can sit, just skip night duty." Sid snapped. "This was a mission." "Fishing is kind of a mission," Juggy said. "For inner peace." Sid turned red. "You don't take anything seriously." "Well, maybe you take everything too seriously." That was the second crack, a deeper one. By Monday, even the barn felt tense. Charlie came in with a new proposal, a club budget ledger and chore rotation. "We need organization," he explained. "Structure. We sit are growing. If we want to open the club to new members, we need a system." "New members?" Sid blinked. "Who said we were opening the club?" "I thought it was obvious," Charlie said. "Timmy, for example. He sits practically begging to join." Juggy nodded. He made his own shield out of a pizza box. "But it sits our club," Sid said. "We built it. We wrote the code. You can sit, just vote to change that." Charlie Sip's voice tightened. "We can sit stay a secret society forever. That SIP's not what the Shield stands for. We SIPs are supposed to share what we SIPs learned." "I don't want to share it," Sid snapped. "I want to protect it." "Maybe you're protecting it too much," Charlie said. And that was it, the biggest crack of all. They stopped meeting for 3 days. The barn stood silent. The shield on the wall gathered dust. The trap door to the cupola stayed shut. Juggy spent time by the creek, skipping stones and humming old parade tunes. Charlie worked on club plans alone in his room, drafting a revised version of the code with bullet points and footnotes. Sid sat in the loft after dinner, each evening, alone, staring at the shield as if it might offer him advice. But it stayed silent. So did they. On the 4th day, Juggy called an emergency summit. He sent them identical notes on scraps of notebook paper. Meeting of the Shield. Emergency level, high, almost dragon. Bring your ears. Sir Juggin. That evening, the 3 boys met in the barn. No ceremony, no sashes, just silence. Then Juggy pulled out something none of them expected. A piece of the white shield. The edge had cracked when the float was taken down after the parade. Juggy had kept it, meaning to glue it back. He now held it between his hands. "I think this broke because we stopped paying attention," he said. "Not just to the shield, to each other." Sid and Charlie looked at each other, then at the cracked fragment. "We sir, all trying," Charlie said slowly. "But I guess we sir trying in different ways." "I just wanted to protect what we had," Sid said. "But maybe I didn't want to let it grow." Charlie nodded. "And maybe I tried to change too much too fast." Juggy held up the broken edge. "I think we forgot the part of the code about listening, about loyalty. That means more than just fighting side by side. It means staying together, even when we disagree." Sid looked down. I stand sorry. Charlie said it too. So did Juggy. They didn't hug, not right away, but they stood side by side facing the shield on the wall, and somehow the silence between them softened. Charlie stepped forward and wrote in the ledger, "Today we were reminded that the hardest battles aren't always fought outside. Sometimes they happen inside us, between pride and understanding, between fear and trust. We argued, we fractured, but we returned." Sid took the cracked piece of shield and placed it gently on the desk. Let's mend it," he said, "together." They glued the piece back on, uneven but whole. Then Sid added, "A shield with scars still protects, maybe even more than before." That night, they repaired not just the symbol of their club, but the foundation of their brotherhood. And as the stars came out, the barn stood whole again, not untouched, not perfect, but stronger for what it had endured. Chapter 12, Mending Bonds. It began not with grand gestures, but with small ones. A shared root beer, a half smile at the edge of a joke, a nod at the beginning of a sentence that once might have drawn an eye roll. The Knights of the White Shield were mending. After the crisis, the sharp words, the silence, the almost shattering of their unity, Sid, Charlie, and Juggy found themselves treading carefully. They had always faced challenges, shoulder to shoulder, but this was different. This was about learning to stand beside each other again, not just as fellow adventurers, but as different kinds of people with the same kind of purpose. The glue on the shield had dried unevenly. You could still see the line, a faint crack in the whitewashed wood. Charlie said they should repaint it. Sid disagreed. "Let it show," he said. "It's part of the story now." They all agreed. The next official meeting was quiet, not somber, but thoughtful. Charlie brought cookies, oatmeal raisin, slightly overbaked. Sid brought a draft of a new club charter, shorter, less rigid. Juggy brought a list of fun ideas for nightly community outreach, including write poems for people's 6 porches, deliver jokes to grumpy neighbors, have a pie-eating duel for charity, or just for pie, official turtle rescue squad. The others chuckled, but they didn't dismiss him. Sid read the charter aloud. It wasn't a rulebook, it was a vision. "We stand together as Knights of the White Shield. We will listen before we speak. We will grow without growing apart. We will protect what matters, but not at the cost of friendship. And we will remember it is better to bend than to break." Charlie folded the page neatly and placed it into the ledger. No one spoke, but everyone felt it. The club was no longer what it had been in the first golden weeks of summer. It was better, deeper, real. Mending the bonds didn't just mean saying sorry, it meant doing differently. When Juggy suggested opening the club to younger kids, Sid surprised them both by saying yes, with conditions. "We still start a squire program," he said. "They wanna sit be full knights right away. They still have to learn the code, prove themselves." Charlie lit up. "We could call it the White Shield Circle. Or Mini Knights," Juggy shouted. "Tiny titans of truth." They spent the next 2 days organizing their first squire meeting. 5 younger kids showed up. Timmy Deeks, 2 cousins from down the lane, and a pair of curious twin girls who said they weren't afraid of dirt or dragons. The older boys taught them how to stand in formation, loosely, how to carry a paper shield, carefully, and how to speak the oath, with peanut butter in their mouths. As it turned out, it was chaotic, loud, lopsided, and perfect. Sid smiled as Timmy declared, "I swear to fight bullies and help frogs cross the road, and always try to brush my teeth." "You Serene," Sid said. One afternoon, Charlie came to the barn with a new surprise. "Look what I found," he said, pulling a folded poster board from his backpack, a family tree. On it, he had drawn a winding map, not of bloodlines, but of knightly lines. At the top, the founding 3, beneath Sir Jonathan of the Porch, then Sir Samuel of the Sea, and now a growing tangle of names, small and new. "I thought we should remember where it all started," Charlie said. "They pinned it to the wall beneath the white shield." Sid added, "And remember that it doesn't stop with us." Juggy stuck a sticker of a turtle on the corner. "For legacy," he said solemnly. That night, as the stars rose and the barn grew cool, the boys lay on their backs in the hayloft, staring at the ceiling beams. "You think we'll always be this close?" Juggy asked. Sid was quiet for a moment. "Not like this." Maybe, not every day. Charlie nodded. But we sit always be this. This what? This us. And they understood what that meant, that things change. Summers end. But bonds, once truly forged, don't snap in silence. They stretch, they grow, and they hold. That night, Charlie added one last line to the ledger. We broke, we healed, and we are stronger at the places where we were mended. And beneath it, they all signed their names again. Not because the club was new, but because they were. Chapter 13. A Night Sets Sail. It was the end of July when Sid received the letter. It came in a long blue envelope, addressed in looping handwriting that looked almost foreign next to the rest of the mail on the kitchen table. Aunt Stanchi handed it to him, with a curious tilt of her head, her hands still dusted with flour. From your uncle, I believe, she said, the one with sea legs. Sid opened it slowly. He read it once, then twice, the corners of his mouth tightening. When he finally looked up, the barn outside the window felt farther away than usual. That afternoon, he gathered the other nights in the loft. The air was still. Even the barn cat, usually a casual observer of their meetings, seemed to sense something different and padded quietly out the door. I've been invited to go on a voyage, Sid said. Charlie blinked. A what? A sea voyage. My uncle Reuben Sipp's merchant ship leaves for Nova Scotia in 10 days. He wants me to go with him, said his Sips teach me navigation, ship rigging, everything. It Sips a whole month at sea. A month? Juggy dropped the cracker he was eating. Sid nodded. Do you want to go? Charlie asked, though he already knew the answer. Sid hesitated, then said softly, yeah, I really do. And there it was. In the days that followed, things shifted. Not because they argued, far from it. The boys were proud of Sid, even excited for him. But the barn felt different. The future, once far off, had crept quietly to the edge of their summer. They still met, still marched, still played, but everything carried a strange golden tint, like a photograph you know is fading. Charlie started drawing a map, an elaborate one of all the places Sid might visit. Stormy coasts, fishing villages, foreign harbors. He added sea monsters in the corners for artistic effect. Juggy made Sid a going-away gift, a compass made from a bottle cap, a paperclip, and one of Aunt Stanchi's sewing needles. It didn't always point north, but it always pointed somewhere. They called it the moral compass. For when you sit far from the white shield, Juggy said, but still trying to do the right thing. Sid placed it in his coat pocket, and Nell keep it close. On the night before his departure, the knights held a final meeting in the barn. The room was lit with lanterns and firefly jars. A banner painted by Juggy hung above the white shield, Bon Voyage, Sir Cedric. Charlie stood and held a parchment. We, the remaining members of the Order of the White Shield, do hereby send forth our founding knight, Sir Cedric of the Shield, on a journey of honor. Juggy added, he shall carry with him the spirit of the shield, and possibly a lot of crackers. Charlie continued, let this departure not be an end but a continuation of the code. That bravery is not just in battles but in beginnings. That loyalty does not shrink with distance. That a true knight may cross oceans but never leaves his brotherhood behind. Sid stood, eyes brighter than usual. I never imagined when we started this club that we sit become something real, he said. But we did, and it changed me. You two, you sit, not just my friends, you sit, my fellow knights. And I fell knights, and I fell carry that with me. They placed his name at the top of a new page in the ledger. Sir Cedric of the Shield, Knight in Passage. Below it, they listed the gifts given. Charlie Sipp's Map of Noble Waters. Juggy Sipp's Moral Compass. A scroll with the club oath, tied in red thread. And finally, a small white shield pendant, carved by all three of them from a piece of barnwood and strung on twine. You stir never out of range, Charlie said. Not really. The next morning, Sid left with a suitcase, a hat too big for his head, and his uncle waiting at the docks. He waved from the deck as the ship pulled away, his figure growing smaller against the rising sun. Juggy waved his bugle in the air. Charlie stood quiet, watching the horizon like it might give something back. When they returned to the barn, it was still and warm. Dust floated gently in the shafts of morning light. Charlie picked up the ledger. One of us has gone to sea. Not lost, not gone, just sailing. Our shield remains on the wall, and our bond remains in our hearts. This is not a goodbye, this is a new chapter. And below that, Juggy added, Sir Cedric, come back with stories, or pirates, preferably both. That night, the barn stood quiet again, but the shield still hung high, and the order still stood strong. Because even when one night sails away, the brotherhood remains. Chapter 14, The Trap Set. The absence of Sid left a gap, a wide, shield-shaped space in the loft of the barn. Charlie and Juggy tried to fill it with new plans, new sketches, new traditions. They added stars to the ceiling above Sid's usual seat, calling it the watch point, and they read the club oath at every meeting, not because they forgot it, but because it reminded them of the bond they still carried. But while one night had sailed away, a different sort of trouble had arrived back in Dobbin's Hollow. Someone had been causing mischief. It started small. A toppled trash can outside Miss Halloway's, then a bucket of soapy water, accidentally dumped from the church steps, then 2 pies stolen from Mrs. Templeton's windowsill, Blueberry, both times, a pie thief, a cereal pie thief. People whispered, fingers were pointed. And then, one afternoon, the white shield itself went missing from the barn wall. Charlie stared at the blank space where it had once hung. Someone took it, he said, quietly. Juggy blinked. They took the shield. Charlie nodded. This isn't set just a prank. This is an insult. Juggy stood taller, fire in his eyes. This means war. They called an emergency session. Only 2 knights sat at the council, but they were determined. We've got a suspect, Charlie said. Ben Thatcher. Juggy narrowed his eyes. The bully. Charlie opened the ledger to a page with scribbled notes. He was seen near the church steps on Soap Bucket Day. He once called our parade float sea cheese wagon, was Sepp, and he was at the bakery the day the pies vanished. Witness Timmy Deeks. Case closed, Juggy said, cracking his knuckles. Not yet, Charlie said. We don't hit accuse, we investigate. We don't hit just fight for justice. We practice it. And we set traps, Juggy said, grinning. Operation Shield Trap began the next morning. They placed a decoy pie, apple with cinnamon, on a windowsill at Aunt Stanchie Sepp's, directly across from the barn. Hidden beneath the crust was a tiny note. To the one who steals, the knights see you. They also set a string attached to a tin can beneath the ledge, primitive but effective. Juggy called it a medieval alarm system. Charlie stationed himself inside the barn with a spyglass. Juggy hid in the hydrangeas, with a notepad, scribbling code words. They waited and waited, until the sun began to dip low and the can rattled. Charlie looked through the spyglass. A figure darted forward, snatched the pie, and bolted across the lane. But it wasn't Ben Thatcher. It was Toby Mallard, small, quiet, shy Toby, who sat in the back row at Sunday school and barely spoke above a whisper. Charlie and Juggy stared at each other. Toby. They caught up to him behind the bakery, where he was already halfway through the crust. He froze. I didn't sit mean, he began, mouth full. Charlie held up a hand. We cert not angry. Juggy sat on the curb beside him. But, why the shield? Toby looked down, his voice barely audible. Because I wanted to be brave, like you guys. But I didn't stet think you sit, let me in. I mean I don't stet know how to sword fight. I can set even climb the loft ladder without shaking. Charlie sat beside him, the realization sinking in. You didn't set take the shield to be mean. Toby shook his head. I just wanted to feel like I belonged to something. Juggy frowned, but the pies. Toby looked up sheepishly. I was hungry. I set been walking a lot. Dad Sep's working long hours now. A pause. Charlie stood and offered him a hand. Toby, you never had to steal to belong. You could sip just asked. You still can, Juggy added. The next day, they held a small private ceremony in the barn. They placed the recovered shield, slightly scratched but unharmed, back on the wall. Then they swore in a new member. Toby stood trembling in his too large jacket as Charlie read from the oath. Do you swear to speak the truth, seek justice, protect the weak, and carry the shield in your heart? Toby nodded, eyes wet. I do. Juggy handed him a small sash, stitched from an old pillowcase. Welcome, Squire Toby the Quiet. In the ledger that evening, Charlie wrote, We set a trap for trouble, but we caught a cry for help. Today we learned that justice is not about punishment. It is about understanding and about lifting someone up when the world has pushed them down. Juggy added beneath. Also, we gave Toby a proper pie after the ceremony. Nobody should have to steal dessert. The shield was home again. The barn was full again. And the knights had discovered a deeper truth. The greatest trap isn't set one made for mischief. It sets the one made by fear and silence. And sometimes, the bravest thing you can do is listen. Chapter 15, The Town Fair. The banners went up on a Monday. Bright reds and oranges zigzagging across Main Street like the tails of comets. Stalls began to appear, wooden booths, striped awnings, tables draped in gingham. The Dobbins Hollow Annual Town Fair was coming, and it felt like the whole village took a breath and smiled at the same time. For the first time in weeks, the air didn't feel heavy with change or tension. It buzzed with music, laughter, and the sweet scent of candied almonds. And the Knights of the White Shield were ready. Charlie spotted the flyer first. Local booths welcome, youth clubs encouraged. He brought it to the barn like a herald with a scroll. "We could have a booth," he said. "We could represent the shield." Juggy clapped his hands. "Yes, yes, this is our moment. Can I wear the cape?" "There is no cape," Charlie said. "There should be." They voted unanimously to create a display. Their idea, a booth called the Virtue Vault, a walk-up station where visitors could choose a virtue card from a box and perform a random good deed before claiming a prize, usually a candy button or a plastic badge. Each card was handwritten. Tell someone they set doing a good job. Help carry something heavy. Pick up a piece of litter. Give someone your place in line. Smile at 3 strangers. "I think we're going to change the town," Juggy said proudly, stuffing the prize box with lollipops. "You just want to eat the leftovers," Charlie replied. "I am multitasking." On the morning of the fair, the barn was a beehive of activity. The knights dressed in clean white shirts, freshly pressed sashes, and solemn determination. Toby, no longer shy, just quiet with purpose, carried the club's banner down Main Street like it was a national flag. Charlie brought the ledger for historical accuracy. Juggy brought snacks and glue for emergency repairs. They set up their booth next to the 4-H Club's rabbit display and across from the fire department's ring toss game. It was modest. A table with a cardboard front painted to look like a treasure chest, 2 stools, a banner made from 2 pillowcases stitched together that read, "The Knights of the White Shield, do good, be brave, eat candy, sometimes." And it worked. Children lined up, adults smiled, people pulled virtue cards, laughed, and walked away with a bit more kindness in their pockets than before. Miss Halloway told the town historian that it was the most wholesome thing since marmalade. Juggy convinced the mayor to draw a card. "Offer your hat to someone shorter." "I don't think that one applies," the mayor chuckled, "but well played." Even Ben Thatcher stopped by. He didn't say much, just took a card, read it quietly, and later they saw him holding the prize box for a little girl who couldn't reach. "You think he accepts joining?" Toby asked. Charlie just smiled. Maybe not officially, but sometimes being a knight doesn't mean joining the club. It just means trying. As the sun dipped behind the trees and the fair began to wind down, the knights sat behind their booth, legs sore, arms tired, hearts full. "We made people laugh," Juggy said. "And we reminded them of goodness," Charlie added. Toby nodded. "We gave something, not just candy, something more." They were quiet for a moment. Then Charlie opened the ledger and wrote, "At the town fair, we brought the white shield to the world beyond our barn. People came not for gold or prizes, but for purpose. They left smiling. That was enough." Toby added, "The shield isn't just something we carry, it's something we give, one good deed at a time." And Juggy, stretching dramatically, scrawled, "Next year pie catapult." They packed up their booth as the first stars appeared. The fair was over, but something lingered, a feeling of hope, of joy, of shared purpose. In a town of quiet streets and gentle days, 3 boys, and now 1 squire, had reminded everyone what heroism really looked like. Not glory, but goodness. Not armor, but kindness. And that was the kind of fair that didn't end when the booths came down. It lived on, in memory, in the ledger, and in the hearts they touched. Chapter 16, The Fire. It began as a flicker, nothing more than a whisper of smoke curling above the tree line, barely noticed against the golden hush of a late August afternoon. Charlie saw it first. He was heading home from the post office, the ledger under one arm, when he stopped on the bridge and squinted toward the edge of the woods. Smoke, not chimney smoke, not bonfire smoke, something darker, rising faster. He ran. By the time he burst through the doors of the barn, breathless, Juggy and Toby were sorting through a box of old parade props. Fire, Charlie gasped. North pasture, by the Miller place. Juggy dropped a paper helmet. Real fire. Charlie nodded. We have to help. Shouldn't we tell the fire brigade? Toby asked, eyes wide. I already did. They sit on the way, Charlie said. But the Millers have animals, chickens, a dog. We might get there first. They looked at each other. This wasn't a game. This wasn't a quest made from cardboard or courage scribbled in crayon. This was real. Grab the buckets, Charlie said. They ran with everything they had. 3 boys, 2 knights, and 1 brave squire down the lane past the schoolhouse, across the barley field that separated town from the wooded edge of the Miller farm. By the time they reached the property, the fire was already licking at the edge of the barn roof. Flames hissed in the tall grass. Smoke billowed through the broken slats of the chicken coop. Mrs. Miller was outside, shouting for the dog. Shadow, shadow, shadow. The fire truck could be heard in the distance, still blocks away. We help, Charlie said. Now. Toby sprinted to the gate, unlatched it, and began waving the panicked chickens toward the open field. Go, go, you weird little fluff balls. Juggy found the dog, terrified and whining beneath the porch steps. He dropped to his knees, whispered to it like a knight, coaxing a scared steed, and finally emerged with a trembling, sooty Labrador in his arms. Charlie filled the bucket from the well and began dousing the dry fence line to slow the blaze. They worked like they never worked before. By the time the fire brigade arrived and took over, the animals were safe, the Millers were accounted for, and the fire, though it had scorched the edge of the barn, had not spread to the house. A firefighter approached the boys, helmet in hand. You 3 got here first. Charlie nodded. The firefighter looked at the singed bucket, the soot-streaked dog, the half-drenched boots. Well, he said, eyes shining, you did good, real good. That evening, the 3 boys sat outside the barn, their clothes dirty, their limbs sore, their hair smelling of smoke. They said little, not because they had nothing to say, but because they knew. Juggy leaned back, looking at the stars peeking out. I was scared, he said softly. So was I, Charlie admitted. Toby nodded, but we still went. That's what makes it count, Charlie said. They brought the ledger out beneath the porch light and wrote with steady hands. Today, we faced fire, not a pretend battle or a story in our heads, but a real danger, and we answered it, not with perfection, but with purpose. We did not wait for heroes, we became them, Juggy added. Also, I got pecked by a chicken, very ungrateful. Toby wrote slowly, carefully. Being brave isn't not being afraid, it's being afraid and doing the right thing anyway. They signed their names, black ink smudged with soot. And beneath it all, Charlie wrote one more line. The white shield stands, not because it's never tested, but because it always endures. That night, no one had to say it. They were the white shield, not just in name, in action, in danger, in truth. And the fire, though it had burned wood and earth, had left something else behind. A brighter bond, forged not in stories, but in smoke, and bravery, and heart. Chapter 17, The Wreck. The letter arrived on a grey September morning, folded neatly in blue paper and smudged with salt. It was from Sid. Charlie found it tucked inside the mailbox at the end of Aunt Stanchi Sep's fence, stamped from Halifax and marked Urgent. The envelope was damp and soft at the corners. He opened it right there in the crisp morning breeze, heart already pounding before he read the first line. We hit rough seas. The Margaret Lou was driven aground in a storm off the coast. We're safe. I'm safe. But it was close, and it made me think of you all, the shield, The code, everything. There was a boy on board, just a little older than Toby. He panicked when the hull started filling. I stayed with him until we were pulled into a lifeboat. I kept telling him, we don't run, we shield each other. I thought you want to know. The shield reached the sea. Charlie brought the letter to the barn that evening. Juggy read the letter once, silently, then again mouthing the words. Toby read it last, slowly, reverently, as though it were scripture. They sat with the weight of it for a long time. He could have died, Toby whispered. But he didn't stick, Juggy said, because he remembered who he was, who we are. Charlie opened the ledger and placed the letter gently between the pages. I think we should tell the town, he said. Juggy looked at him. You mean like an announcement? More than that, Charlie said. A ceremony, not just for Sid, for what it means, for how far the shield has traveled, for what we said become. Toby Six's voice was small, but sure, like a knighting. Yes, Charlie said, for all of us. The next weekend, they stood on the green outside the church. They had gathered chairs. Timmy Deeks passed out flyers that read, "The Shield survives. A Knight Sep's return." And below it, in smaller letters, "Honor, courage, the sea." The town came, dozens, more than for the parade, more than for the town fair. Miss Halloway brought her choir hat. Mr. Thatcher wore a tie. Even Ben, half pretending not to care, stood near the back with his hands in his pockets. Charlie stepped up to the makeshift podium, a crate from the barn, and cleared his throat. Some of you know about the White Shield, he said. Some of you thought it was a game. For a time, so did we. He held up the letter, but this is real. This is from our friend, our brother, Sid Waters, Sir Cedric. He sailed away as a knight, and he faced something we never trained for, waves taller than our barn, and darkness that didn't end when you closed your eyes. Charlie paused, and even then, he remembered. He stayed. He shielded someone else, when it would have been easier to run. That's what being a knight means. They unveiled a new plaque, carved by Charlie, painted by Juggy, varnished by Toby. It was mounted on a wooden post outside the barn. The White Shield reached the sea, in honor of Sir Cedric, Knight in Passage, who stood his ground when the waters rose. Let all who enter here remember, courage is not in the sword, it is in the staying. People clapped, some cried. Miss Halloway placed a single daisy beneath the plaque. Mr. Blake, the honorary knight, tipped his hat and said, "You boys did right." Later, back in the barn, the three of them sat beneath the banner. The air was quiet, the wind tugging gently at the rafters. "I thought we started this for fun," Juggy said. "But it's six, not just ours anymore. It belongs to everyone now," Charlie said. Toby nodded, "but especially to those who carry it far." Charlie opened the ledger one last time that day and wrote, an asterisk. "Today we learned that courage can travel, that the shield we made with our hands became something much bigger. It saved someone. It reminded someone. It endured. The wreck was real, the danger was real, and the shield held." And beneath it, in Sid Sen's handwriting, added later when the letter was returned to him, "They found this. I didn't know if I'd make it, but I knew if I didn't try, I'd be breaking the oath. Thank you for giving me something worth holding on to." That night, as dusk settled, the boys looked up at the stars. Some things had been lost. Some had changed, but the shield still stood, and it had weathered its first storm. Now it was ready for the next. Chapter 18, A New Beginning. Summer ended, not with a bang, but with a soft breath. The air turned cooler, the crickets grew quieter, the barn's golden light shifted to amber, and shadows stretched longer than they used to. Charlie noticed the change most of all. He had started walking to the barn in sweaters instead of sashes. The hay didn't itch quite the same way. The wind through the cupola was sharper, and the white shield on the wall now caught the sun at a lower angle. One morning, he arrived to find Toby already there, dusting the floor with a broom far too big for him. "I thought I sit tidy it," Toby said. "Before school starts." Charlie smiled. Knightly instinct. Juggy showed up minutes later with a tin of leftover cookies and a scroll labeled "End of Season Shenanigan Proposals." "I couldn't decide between a farewell joust and a set night Sep's feast sit. Also, I found Sid Sit's hat in the chicken coop. Do we knight the chicken?" They all laughed. But it was a quiet laugh, a knowing one, the kind that knows something is coming to a close, but not to an end. That weekend, they held one last official meeting of the summer. They lit lanterns, they wore their sashes, they invited the town. Mrs. Templeton brought cider, Mr. Blake read the club's oath aloud, Ben Thatcher helped arrange the chairs. Even the mayor came and drew a virtue card from the old fair booth still standing in the barn corner. It said, "Thank someone who helped you when you didn't dare ask." He walked over to Charlie, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said quietly, "For reminding us what courage really is." Then he handed the card to Juggy, who immediately pocketed it like a trophy. Sid was there too, if not in person, then in spirit. His name hung above the door on a banner that read, "Sir Cedric, from the shore to the shield, honor beyond distance." And during the meeting, a new letter arrived. "As Starry Sky saw whales this week, the crew said it was lucky. I think they were right. You three gave me something the ocean never could. A reason to be steady, a brotherhood to return to. Keep the shield polished. A sip will be back before the leaves finish falling. Sid." They passed the letter around like it was gold. That night, Charlie took out the ledger one last time before the season closed. The pages were full now. Names, sketches, oaths, mishaps, maps, memories. He wrote, to Asterisk, "This is not the end of the Knights of the White Shield. It is simply the end of a chapter, the first of many. We began with dreams and glue and laughter. We grew into something real, into service, into courage, into friendship that bends but never breaks. The barn may be quieter now, the days shorter, but the shield remains, and wherever we go we carry it with our choices, our kindness, our bravery. A new beginning waits, and we are ready." Toby signed beneath it. Juggy drew a doodle of a sword, a pie and a turtle in a cape. Then they closed the book, but not the club, never the club. As the sun dipped behind the trees and the barn glowed orange with twilight, the three remaining knights stood outside on the gravel path. They looked up at the stars. They said nothing for a while. Then Juggy said, "So, when do we start training the next generation?" Charlie grinned, "Tomorrow." Toby nodded, "Shield never sleeps." They walked home with leaves crunching beneath their feet, each one carrying the quiet knowledge that something had happened this summer, something big, something lasting. Not a game, not a phase, a beginning, epilogue. Years from now, someone else will climb into that barn and find the white shield still hanging. They still find the ledger, the scrolls, the silly props, the drawings, the plaque, and they still know there were once boys here. And they built something noble, something brave, something worth beginning again. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe, and until next time, rest well.